Hello everyone, greetings, welcome in. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Greetings, welcome in. Calyx, hello, Keith Manta, also good to see you, welcome in everyone. Hi. How are we all doing? It is Thursday, I hope it has treated everyone kindly. In my case, it has this day, so yay! It's amazing how life improves after a little victory. Okay, yesterday's victory was not quite so little. It was quite a large victory, and I am very, very grateful that it is behind us. Professor Callahan had a look at what we did, and he's happy, so yay! That is a happy client, which makes me happy. It means that it's not exercising futility, yay! And that's always a positive, is when you don't spend days on something that's futile. So, yes, victory, yay! I hope everyone is doing very, very well this day. Have you eaten anything new today, or is it just the same old? I actually have eaten nothing since before the last stream started. But, I am going to be having pizza momentarily, so there is that. I'm gonna be nomming while we stream today, which is a weird change of pace. It usually doesn't happen, but today was a little bit tight, so yeah. What happened yesterday? I missed most of the stream. Yeah. What happened yesterday was I was dealing with the aftermath of my bad decision-making regarding physics. So we finally succeeded in getting the physics on that code to work and the timing and everything. And we have had victory. Oh, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. There we go. Just let me put that over here. Okay. Sorry. The pizza just arrived and was delivered. But yeah. So it has been a day. Actually, I lied. I had a cupcake just now. I was at a Thursday evening appointment that is a recurring thing. Or has been for the last couple of weeks, and today was the end of a course and we had cupcakes to celebrate, so I had a cupcake. But I literally only just got home from that, so hence the pizza for supper today. But yeah, aside from that, after stream yesterday, I basically just did not have the energy to eat. She lied as easily as she breathed. No, I just forgot because it feels like I hadn't eaten. And a cupcake that is literally one mouthful hardly counts as food. It's not that I lied, I forgot. There's a difference. I didn't intentionally lie, I promise. Okay, that's the Chaos Cat wanting to get you let out the room quickly. Hold on, 1 second. Reverse Cat is in, Chaos Cat is out. We'll see what happens. So many cupcake, yeah. Nah, it's cool, sorry. So yeah, that is the day, in a nutshell. As for why I didn't eat the rest of the time, it's because most of it was either spent sleeping or doing work, domestic stuff, so there was that. But all of that aside, we do... The Rose Cat got subbed in. He did get subbed in. It's like, he was trying to get in, and then when pizza got delivered, he got picked up and removed, and he decided, nope, I do not like that. I want to be in because it's nice sleeping on top of the battery that my computer runs off of. Because it's nice and toasty. He doesn't always sleep there, but and it's not like toasty. That would be bad because electricity. But like, you know what I mean. He has his little nooks and crannies in here that he's discovered are nice little quiet safe spaces. So Reverse Cat likes my room. Wild. Yeah. So surprise, surprise, I do actually have a half a plan for today. I actually have a half plan for today's stream after not knowing what I was going to be doing after the end of yesterday. So I have made a little bit of progress in putting together a new your character here emote. So a new your character here animated emote that also doubles as a alert animation that I am busy putting together. The base construction is pretty much there. So what we have is I have a half-done rig, and we are going to finish that up, and then I'm going to customize it into a me version that I can put on my alert animations. Yeah, we got a plan. Surprise, surprise. It's wild. And then after that, depending on how long this entire thing takes, I hope it was not going to take more than maybe 2 hours tops. Then after that, we're going to start drawing one of my original characters. You know, just to do something fun. So the character in question is a Kirin, original character of mine. If you've had a peek at my VGen portfolio, you might have seen him before, but I'll be drawing his human form instead of his Kirin form, so that's going to be a change of pace. So yeah. Cut to 2 hours later, our sleep has been causing shenanigans again. I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not, because I have got a different jacket on today. So hopefully it's not going to be as puffy and in the way. And yeah, that's the goal. Just want to do a quick sound check. Is everything okay and making and audio balance is good? Just want to make sure before we dive in and get too deep in, and then things are broken again. Let me just move that up there. Okay. I'm not on headphones today, so it sounds decent. Okay. Coolio. In that case, let us then dive over into that screen. So this is our Live 2D. So different kind of animation that we're working on, because we're doing an actual rig that we could just slap clothes layers and hair layers and stuff onto after it's already animated and throw them into the correct folders, and everything just moves together. Yay! It makes time so much less of an issue. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff already in place. So what I've done is I've set up parameters for the blink, a little bit of a bounce that's going to happen. Eek. As we go through our different poses. And all of these are the different positions that our little pom-pom is going to be held in for our semaphore. And I'm still busy putting those in place. And then once I've got all of those in place, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy everything from the starboard side over here and paste it on the port side and flip it over. So it's going to mean then that I don't have to do everything twice. Which is another thing that's great about Live 2D, is I can avoid doing everything twice. So when I was drawing the base, I drew both sides, but when I exported the Photoshop file to import into Live 2D, I only took the parts from one side so that I wouldn't have to do battle intensely. So we have now got the directly vertical position. It's crazy that you say starboard and port side instead of just left and right here. Well, that's because, are we talking about our left that we see as the viewer, or are we talking about the character's left? And when it's that, I just think, okay, the object in question has a front. Therefore, I am going to use port and starboard because then I know that we are always referring to the same side regardless of which direction character is facing. I forgot the other day I was throwing out garbage around 11 PM and I didn't have my glasses on. I was unable to see who was coming towards me. I was walking back and this orange cat I seen. Orange cat. Orange cat. Win! Speech optimization is set to max. Really? Please explain what you mean by that. Was staring at me for a few seconds before it starts to follow me for a few steps and I quickly ran away. Aww! You got chosen by the cat distribution system and you walked away? Aww! No. When cats stare at you menacingly, they just want something. They're not plotting murder all the time, I promise. Not all the time. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly have a bite of my pizza before it starts to get cold. 1 second. Like instead of on the left side of the character, you've shortened it down to just port side? Yeah. It just makes more sense to me. It legitimately just makes more sense to me. Because it's something that is static, it doesn't change, and it's easy to know what I'm talking about. Like, when I've got the base flipped so that I've got both pom-poms in place as well, I'm going to actually be color coding the pom-poms for the example. The port is going to be red and the starboard is going to be green. It's just just so that the part of my heart that wants to have that very much distinguished and not to be confused satisfied. It's very logical, to be honest. I have no issue with it. It's just fun. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's the sort of optimization that makes sense. I mean, left and right are very, very, very relative, but port and starboard, you always know what's going on. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly have another bite of pizza. Hopefully, I don't know if you can hear me when I take a bite or whatever. I hope that it's not gonna be an issue. Like I said, this is the first real meal I've had in like a 24-hour period. But also, I do not know how you guys feel about eating streams, so yeah. Please excuse the possible bad grammar. Don't worry. I have a bunch of people who don't have English as their first language who pop in here as well, so I'm used to kind of decoding what you're trying to say. So no stress. Okay, I did not see the microphone pip while I was having that bite. Was that okay? Or should I mute out while I chew? I don't know. Okay, so that's that one. The next angle is not going to affect the head rotation. But arm up. It's going to be here. Yes, I know. You don't need to throw a fit about it. Okay. Either way, I'll just be working along the main monitor. Okay, cool, cool. Yes, I know. Oi. Yeah. We did not hear you churn, you're all good? Okay, fantastic, thank you. I'm just self-conscious about it because I know that some people get grossed out by the sounds. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here and I'm going to clear it. Restart this one. Did you ever figure out what happened with the unintended music playing on YouTube the other day, or I'm curious what the solution was in the end? I did not figure out how it got into the point where it did that. I cannot figure out why it did that because nothing was different. My audio was routing correctly, so I just ended up having to restart OBS. Is it my end glitching or do you have an echo? I shouldn't have an echo. Let me just do this. Monitor on. Okay, this is going to be trippy sounding. Okay, so that sounds normal to me in my microphone on my end. And another thing... Oh, Sai, hello, hello. And another thing, it wasn't just the orange cat that was there, it was like 2 or 3 other altogether on a small hill. Ah, then you were in the middle of a territory war. Okay. But Sai, hello, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know why there would be audio doubling on Which, if that is in fact the case, huh. I restarted Twitch on my phone. I think it was my end. Okay. We're all good. We're all good. Yay. Okay. Woo! Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to use this to just form the shoulder. And here pull it across a little bit more. I'm going to go Control-Shift-C, which is going to copy the position here. And Control-Shift-V, which should paste it in place there. Okay, that works. For some reason it cloned your audio for me on a first or second delay. Oh, 1 or 2 second delay. Okay. No stress. Okay. Okay. That's something. Now, let's see. Yeah, we're going to need to also adjust our draw order on this particular frame. So put it there. And draw order, we're going to go +1. And here, draw order +1. Same over here. No. I can clear the draw order on this one, I think. Okay. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Okay, there we go. I'm figuring out the draw orders here as we go. And it does have to be up to. It does have to be up to. And here as well, that needs a point, and that needs to go +1. And that needs to be +1. So that it appears up in front of the face. And that location I'm going to put over there. Is this working? Or is that shoulder piece even worth it? Hold on. Let me just hide it in its entirety. Okay, I'm going to remove the shoulder piece because it is unnecessary. I'll delete it when I've got a second hand. It's a very interesting challenge trying to operate machinery one-handed and eat at the same time. Now if I grab all of these, I should be able to register those all together, yeah? Nope. Undo. Let's just go there. That one needs to be on +1. Put those together like that. Okay. Just adjust this angle a little bit more. There. Lower arm rotation. This needs to be 501, 501. There we go. Okay, that's that side. Now, let me think. I'm actually going to duplicate this one for the parts where it has to cross over. So I'm going to just delete these S7 and S8s quickly. So I can grab this and I can duplicate it. Edit. Call this one S7. This one needs to be across horizontal. And then wait, no. I just made a mess. Okay. Hold on. Computing. Modeling. Parameter. Select everything. That's it. Applies here. Modeling. Parameter. Am I seeing what I want to see? Not necessarily. I've got a menu open here. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this one piece at a time. Copying this down to number 7. Control Shift V. Yes. Copy that. Paste that. Create a key. There we go. Select everything. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Okay. Now when it comes here, this one doesn't need to have that point, and it does not need to have that point on the rotation. Yep. Now here, replicate, cancel, rename it S8 because why? Deleting it was pointless. Here, go select. Grab there and go Control Shift C. here, go Control Shift V. Okay. Grab that, copy, paste there. Here, grab that, copy, and paste there. Okay. Here, I do not need that particular. No, undo. On this one, I don't need that one. Wait, where's all of the pieces? Let's just hit the save button. Because when a piece disappears like this, it means that it wants to be closed and opened again. So, close, file, open recent. Why are you not showing? Okay. My rotation deformers are there, but why are my arm pieces not visible? That's why, because somehow everything got registered to have an opacity of 0. Select, come over here, there we go. No wonder things were looking broken. Okay, so that's the positions here. Select, with the exception of that. Okay, now let's go Control Shift C, Control Shift B. Okay. Control Shift V. Okay. Now that should also be Control Shift V here. And Control Shift V here. Control Shift V. Control Shift V. Okay, now we're gonna go Control Shift C, have this as our base position. Wait, nope. on our shoulder rotation. So Control Shift C. No. Control Shift C here. Control Shift V. Yeah. Alright, so that's the starting point here. Now what we need to do is we need to make our resting position, which is going to be in between postures. And that is going to be on the lower arm rotation, and it's going to be on all of these. Okay. So here, we're going to go lower arm rotation. Pull this up like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this straight upright so that I can put these in a walk deformer. Yeah. Reduce that. Put that in a put in a rotation deformer, so it's just going to affect. Thank you. So it's just going to affect position. And you guys, I'm going to put on that level all the way through. Yep. Yep. Yeah, the whole way through, because it's always on top. Modeling parameter. Hold on. Reset the default values. Okay. Undo. I want to have this on all of those. In place. Set that to 503 all the way through. Yes. Put a rotation on that. Register that to everything. So we're starting to get somewhere. Can you see the vision? Now here, you see what weird thing is happening with the elbow? We don't like that, so we're going to need to adjust that accordingly. Let's return that to 0. And undo that, because that was a mistake. Clear that one. So here, let's see. Put this on 5. Now, I don't like that it's rotating that way around. The angle is right, the direction is wrong. Undo, undo. Now here, that doesn't work for these ones that go up this way. Cyberboots, hello! Yes, welcome in! Hi, hi! Good to see you, Boots. How are you doing? I am doing battle with a pom-pom. Like, sure, the flourish is okay, I guess, but it doesn't look right. If I clear that, and we put it on this one. Looks like that's the number. I'm doing good. Finished an entire project that's been on the unfinished shelf for a whole year. Oh, well done. Nice, nice. Well done, well done. That's a huge thing. Okay, so it's actually changing position relative to the arm, yes. Okay, I'm not completely crazy yet. Okay, so then that is 2.4, right? So let's do Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Let's go minus 360. That's gonna be the ticket. This one wants another correction point. Yeah. Okay. That works. Slowly but certainly, we are getting this to make sense. So then here, that is going to be... And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. I have coffee today. What have you guys got? I just realized I want to go put my monitor on instead of just the live 2D thing, because then you can see my menus. I have Pepsi. What a surprise. It's okay, Boots. We understand. Aha! It is indeed victory. That is 6.4, so here, 6.4. place. Where are you trying to be? Let's go with copy. Paste. Enter. So this needs to be this is not working. Why are you not working? Why are you being stupid? It's because you are being stupid, so let's clear you. That's because I've got another thing happening here. And it's not liking overlaps. So 2.4. Put a point. Okay, then that is 6.4. So here, 6.4. Okay. Put that in there, and let's see, it should now be smoother. Yeah. That works. Okay. Save button. So that becomes negative 360. Marker. Alright. 6.4. Marker. Okay. So far so good, it is making sense. So that becomes negative 360. And you also become negative 360. Alright. $2.4. $6.4 marker. Okay. Then this one, 2.4 marker. $6.4 marker. Wait, undo. Fighting lag. Okay, is that all of our positions? It looks like it. That works, that works, that works. So we've now got our little bit of bounce, we've got our poses, we've got our blink. Okay, I think we're there. That is all of the basic poses that we need in order to get this entire thing to be functional. Okay, so now what I need to do is I'm gonna go grab those and delete. Because I don't need those. Now what I want to do is I need to expand everything. Okay, I've got everything now expanded. It's going to need to be duplicated and flipped over. Except for this still needs to be attached to the blink. For our characters who feature lashes. What I do need to do is I need to split this. But I can move these two independently of each other. Nope, undo. Yeah. Okay. That looks good. Ooh. Now I can come and grab everything that needs to get duplicated. It's gonna be all of you. Yeah. It's gonna be all of you. Okay, let's go. Copy. It's still busy copying. Give it a second. There we go. And paste. Now we go modeling, edit form, reflect. Okay. So now that is in place. Now that's what we're going to do with the rest of it as well. So now that I've got the head sorted, now we go grab arms, thighs, shins. Okay. And we go copy. And what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to just need to make sure that I've got everything in the correct layers on the side of the screen that's currently hidden behind me. So that I don't have weird things happening with layer orders. As soon as it decides it's done copying. Just waiting for it to finish. Right, certainly. It's got to get done sooner or later, right? Thankfully, this particular model does not actually require very much in the line of deformation, so I didn't have to spend time doing too much to the texture at this. Okay, and paste. Modeling, edit form, reflect. Okay. Undo. Undo, undo, undo. Modeling, edit form, reflect. No. So now I need to come up with a way to get this to paste. In such a way that I will get the ability to flip these rotations over. Modeling, edit form, reflect. Let's see. Nope. Okay, let's see. Let's go put those in that. Hi, hello, Ria, the perfect person to get me motivated and inspired. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. It's good to see you, Hype. And I'm glad that I give you inspiration and motivation. That is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful news. Okay, so now we should be able to just pop that. In there. Because we needed something that would give us some rotation options. So this is then going to be renamed to port arm. Okay. Let's just make that a capital, because otherwise I'm going to be upset. Delete capital. Why? Because I've still got caps lock on. I'm doing well, Hype. I'm doing well. I am presently modeling, edit form, reflect. Okay. Modeling, edit form, reflect. Okay. Got both of you. Put you in there, modeling, edit form, reflect. The entire thing. Okay. And if I put you over there like that. Okay, that gives us the bounce. Yay! Got some warm coffee for a change? Yes. It is in a thermal flask. It's in a thermal mug. One of these thermal travel mugs. So, for a change, it will stay warm for a while. Yay! I'm also having my supper at the moment because today ran away a little bit, so we ordered in pizza, which arrived as I needed to start stream. So, yeah, I'm a little slow at the moment because I have one hand occupied trying to nom while also being productive. It's a little bit interesting, let me put it that way. Okay, so it looks like we've got everything now in place. What sort of pizza is it? It has been a variety. There was one thing that was this mushroomy ham thing. There was this one is like a barbecue chicken type of thing. Can't remember what the other two were. I honestly have not been paying attention to what was on the pizza. Because we are 4 adults in the house, so 2 pizzas split between us. 2 big pizzas split between us. 4 big pizzas split between us. We get a variety of tastes. The important thing is that there's double cheese on all of them. And I'll have 2 slices left over for breakfast because I only got 6 on the plate. Actually, yeah. There were only 3. Which means the last one was probably Hawaiian. Probably. Okay. Double cheese, yes. No other way to have pizza, except with double cheese. Okay. Now, we grab all of those. And we go here. Change this from S8 to P8. From S7 to P7. From S6 to P6. Wait. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Undo, undo, undo. Okay. Now we've got it. We must have stuff left behind. Okay. So now this should only affect this arm, yes. Ah, okay. Hmm. So let's just check here. I want to look specifically at that one. I want to put your position in more. That's number 4. Prahazik, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. And that's it goes up, down and out a little, down and in a little. Okay. And here that's going okay. And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Orange juice break? Oh, nice, nice, nice. Orange juice is great. Okay, I think that's that. That's number 3. Let's just check here. It's a straight pivot on 3, right? Looks like it. Okay. Okay. So that should be everything that we need. So let's just go File, Save. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a quick test animation. Because every one of these semaphore chibis is going to be unique in the animation. Because when I do your character here, I'm going to let the buyer submit what phrase they'd like it to spell out. Which means that it's going to be a very unique little dance per chibi. So let's just let it save. Okay. Let's go for video. And inspector here. Do not fix the aspect ratio. We're going to go 1500 by 1500. It's our canvas size. Okay. So let's see, we're going to have let's start with a little bit of a bounce. And this is going to be our measurement for where we put our words down. Okay. Now I'm just gonna quickly do a little bit of interface tweaking here, real quick. Okay. So I've just got a semaphore reference over here. Actually, I'm just going to quickly swap those two around. One second. No, I'm not going to swap them around. I'm just going to compress this slightly. So that you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay, let's write taste. So our first character is T, that's going to be port. Okay, then that goes away. So it's going to be bounce up. Here it's going to be back down to there. So that's port side. And starboard side is going to be S4. So that's going to start with there. So we've got T, Tango. Let's actually just put all of these in a neutral start position so that as I need them, I don't have to worry about anything. Okay. Next character is Echo. That's going to be starboard position there. And this one is going to be there. So we've got pose 1, pose 2, return to neutral. Can you see where I'm going with this animation? Or this, your character here type? Okay. Next is Sierra, and what does this look like? That should be those 3. And then that will be pose 6, I believe. No? There. And there. And there. So that should be Tango, Echo, Sierra, neutral. Alright. And then yep. Copy. Paste. Copy. And paste because it's Tango again. Then space is both of the lowered postures, so that should be posture 8. And reduce our duration down. Now if we hit play. Okay, it is the right shapes and it's doing what I expect it to. More or less. Except the timing is just a wee bit fast. I've been drawing it while watching, and I created a creature beyond even my own comprehension. It turned out so cute, I want to smash it like a like, oh! Cuteness overload! Woo! At the same time. Ah, I see. Okay, so we've got the shapes, but I see that this present frame rate is a little bit insane for it. So let's see. Let's dial that down from 30 to 24. No, down to 60. 50. Okay, now let's see. Okay, so that timing looks better. However, at the lower frame rate, it does look a bit jumpy, so let's dial that back up to 30. And then just make sure that we make everything double. Double duration. Okay, let me just drag this up so that I can see more. Okay. Thankfully, everything lines up in just such a way that I don't need to think too hard about our spacing. Wildly different animation process from what we were doing in the frame by frame stuff yesterday, isn't it? Okay, and there we go. That is the foundation of our semaphore. That is the foundation of our semaphore. And it works. So now we're gonna go there. And now to make it look just a little bit less creepy for you all. Let's go file save. Very briefly. There we go. There is exactly one last thing that I need to do, and that is just repair my layer order in our part list. But I can only do that once it's done saving. Some of you guys in there. Move you guys in there. Move you guys up into there. Drop you in there. Okay, and that should have everything now in the correct places. Okay, now I can put this back down there. Now we're just going to quickly apply some colors to this so that we can actually see what's going on. So this is our let's rename. This needs to be port. So that needs to be P. So that we're gonna make dark red. That we're gonna make slightly lighter red. Okay, easy. Let's go D1, D1. Okay. Copy. Paste. 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 Then over here. That. Paste there. So that gives us all of our shading information for our base as well. Allowing for various attire levels. And where's our body layers? And then when we've got male characters, we've also got appropriate stuff. I could easily Google the answer to my question, but where's the fun in that? Could you tell me what skib means? Okay, so skib is a Japanese art commission platform that works via Twitter. And basically it means that you submit your character and it either gets accepted or rejected for a commission. And there is no communication between you and the artist. So until it's delivered, you do not talk to the artist, you don't give any feedback, nothing. So what you get is what you get. So that is how that platform particularly works. So when you see something that says a skib style, it means that there is no communication. You submit your stuff that the artist asks for, and then after that, it's basically a lottery of what you're actually going to receive, because you've got no communication in the production process. So the 15-minute sketches that I offer, those are what you could call a skib style service, because aside from the information you give me, there's not any communication on how exactly are we going to make this sketch look, really. What you get is what you get in that 15 minutes that you're spending on it. I hope that answers your question. It's a surprise? Exactly, exactly. Art gotcha. To be honest, sounds kind of fun. Yep, it does sound rather fun. It gives the artist a good element of freedom, but it means that when you're choosing your artist that you're going to be commissioning, you need to be aware that you need to send good references. Because what the artist can't see, they don't know about. And you also need to make sure that you choose an artist that offers what you are asked, what you want, and you make sure that you are applying for the correct service. Better than Google, have a good idea. Very interesting. I've been browsing VGen and such and more lately, and saw skib a lot. Yeah, Skip is a little bit of an institution amongst the VTubing industry at the moment. Okay. Thank you. So it is something that is a known sort of a term. It took me a while to figure out what it actually was as well. Before VGen, I almost signed up to be a Skib artist. I almost did, but I never did in the end. I think I've actually got a Skib account already, but I've never actually used it. Mostly because when it comes to getting art of my own character, I've got a budget of nothing. But yeah. Save. Kind of like commissioning your own surprise fan art? Exactly. That is exactly it. I am still working through the pizza. I can't eat while doing other things at the same time. I don't know how snacking people do it. Okay. Now, last thing to do. Example work here. Let's just go copy. And paste. I'm the opposite. I can't do anything without a snack on the side. Keeps ADHD entertained while I try to focus. I see. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. And paste. Okay. And now if I hide those. Okay. Now we can see more or less how it behaves. Now, we see that there's an error somewhere. There is an error somewhere. Firstly, in that bottom arc, our forearms and upper arms are clipping together, which is not ideal. And obviously there's that point where our pom-poms are changing color where they're not supposed to. So you guys are not in fact supposed to have any registered changes here. Okay, that should change the color blinking. Yes, okay, so port and starboard are now functional. Now we just need to stop the arms from clipping together. And that's going to be a layering issue over here. This is why we test things. I'm going to rename this one from low arm to key arm, and this one to S arm, if it will just take. Okay, almost there. So we have been at this for now 2 hours, but a lot of it has been spent waiting for the blue bars to stop freezing. Now, we've no longer got the arms clipping together when they cross. Yay! And that is how we build our semaphores. Now, the reason why I did the whole white body thing is so that we can change the colors of the pom-poms easily in Live 2D, and we can change the skin and shadow colors in Live 2D easily, and not have to worry about too many weird things. And we just literally add clothes layers over the top. Easy, right? Detailing! And I've given enough headroom on this particular one so that one could put animal ear layers on there as well. But actually, I don't need that. Because... on the test... Citrina! Hello, hello! Welcome in! Welcome in! How are you doing? Is there a way to center this? Hold on, hold on. Is there a way to center this? I don't know. Is there a way to center this? Okay, for some obscure reason that just broke it more, but okay. Yeah. Hi, how goes the animating? I'm well, just hanging. How are you? Hey, I'm going well. Yeah, we are finishing up with our wait, is it here? Aha! It's here, it's here, it's here. We are just placing our okay. Ah, boy, this is getting worse and worse. Huh, okay. I am so confused. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay. Well, either which way, we now have a semaphore base that is currently busy dancing out the word test. The little cross position that happens there at the end is a space bar. It's a space. So that's basically the indicator that you're going from one word to another. So it's literally just saying taste. But it works. And it's versatile, so people will be able to make it say a whole bunch of stuff. You could have one spell out raid, you could have one spell out, I don't know, cookies, whatever. Clandestine verbiage. Okay, happiness, happiness. Save. Let's call this one, ICH sim for test. Save. Save. Although maybe I should make, instead of call it doing one... Maybe I should just, instead of having it say, spell out test, maybe I should make it spell out sample, or this is a sample, because then you get multiple words. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say this is a sample. Okay, pull that out. Open that up. Duration. So, parameters. Pull that up. Yeah. Wait. Okay, so that's it. Is then going to be Tango. Hotel is gonna be port side is at Tango, Hotel, India, okay, and then Sierra is is it this one? No. It's this one. Yep, okay. Whew. space is 8 and 8. What's broken now? Space. Neutral. Space. Neutral. Uh, India. Neutral. Okay. That's something. Okay. Now this is gonna be 8 and 8 again. This is Sierra. And that's gonna be 7. No? Four. Okay. Sierra Echo. Mike is this is gonna be posture 3. So that is Sierra Echo Mike. And that's gonna be posture 2. Mike Alpha. Papa is 1, 2, 3. And position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there's one thing that I still need to fix here. And that is... I want to also register the head movement on P5. Copy that. Negative. Paste. File. Save. There we go. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. While it's just quickly saving. Not really quickly, but you get the gist of it. Okay. So now when I'm here, that should look better. So that is Papa, hotel, copy, paste, and this is going to be okay, hotel, Oscar. It should be that one. Okay, so that one goes away. Oscar. Romeo. That is 3. And echo again is one. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 8 and 8 for a space. And then cut this back. Let's just make sure we are in fact on the line, yeah? Back. Cut back our duration. Okay. Okay. Now we grab our bouncers. Copy. Paste. That should carry those through, yeah. So now we have a working sample. To the layperson, it just looks like a little happy dance, right? And that is the entire point, is that it, to some people, just looks like a little happy dance, but if you know, then you know. Just a little bit of clandestine messaging. Happy, happy, happy. Alright. Okay. Save. I'm gonna call this one sample. Save. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. 2.5 hours into stream. I thought I was going to do a little bit of illustration work afterwards, but I don't think I'm going to actually have the time for it. Wow. Now, one thing I just want to quickly do is just verify that I'm not being stupid and that I did actually spell properly. Tango. Hotel. India. Sierra. Space. India, Sierra, space. Sierra, Echo, Mike, Alpha, Papa, Hotel, Oscar, Romeo, Echo, space. Okay, I did spell properly. I did spell properly. Yay. I did spell properly. That is wonderful news. Okay, so now if I go File, Export, just gonna make a little sample, and let's call this one, this is semaphore Save. Save. Okay. That works. And now I can close that because I'm not going to be making another one of those tonight. And I'm going to save the customization of my one for a later stage, but I at least know that I at least knew that I've got this one pretty much ready to fly. So it'll be good for adding to the YCH before the weekend will be done. But yeah, I think I'm actually going to switch to the illustration thing. I'm just going to do a little portrait, I think. I need to check something real quick. Still safe. Still saving. Oh my word, this is taking forever. Okay, it's fine. Exaggerated silence from blue bars creeping across the screen. Story of our lives. Okay, now I'm gonna close this, and I'm just gonna switch that off for a second. Close Live 2D. And just quickly open up a new canvas here in Clip. And there we go. Cool, new canvas, new project. Lovely, lovely. Just grabbing colors. Maybe I'll just do a sketch page type thing. Now, the character that I'm going to be doing this with is... well, I ran a poll earlier today on Twitter, and the poll just gave very, very, very brief sorts of descriptions of which of my OCs I was going to potentially work on. And the one that won in the end, the one that won the poll in the end, is the Gapmoy Karen Doctor. Now, he is very Gapmoy because he looks like a tank. He looks like a tank. But he's a softie. He's a big softie. But he has the tank build because he has to pick people up frequently. And some of them are not small. And it's especially helpful when he occasionally needs to treat a troll who is, like, huge. In my world build, trolls are normal civilized people, they're just big. Trolls are basically my race of giants in my project that this character comes from. So... let's see. What shall we do with our sketch page? I sort of want to have one... I almost want to have two pictures here. One where is sort of this large looming figure. Kind of dangerous looking. And then another where he's kind of just crouching down in front of a little kid or something. And it gives me an excuse to finally show what... His hairstyle looks behind as well, which is not a bad idea. No, I'm not gonna do a rear view. I'll save those for when I do comics eventually. Now the thing with antlers, which is a thing with Pyrenees, not antlers, is that their shape is actually a very, very curious thing. Like, one day I sort of half want to sculpt this in 3D just so that it can finally make sense to other people's brains as well. because the way that they curve around the skull is actually quite interesting. There we go. I'm actually gonna have someone hipped over his shoulder, I think. Do something like that. This guy, half of his bit is that he looks like a bruiser, but he's actually the person who helps you out. I think one of the key features of how I put him together. Okay, let's grab that. Yep. that ever so slightly, just that we've got a cleaner silhouette to work with. Bring this down a bit more. And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Alright. There we go. Let's have this one. Something like that. Here we go. Okay. So it's long there, actually. There we go. Okay, let me think. Layer. And I'm gonna just start inking straight over the top of this. I'm gonna start with the little one. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Um. I am going to change escalation on his arms. I'm going to change the way that the scales on his arms work. Why? Because I can. And I want to preserve actually I'm not going to even have scales on his palms. Save them strictly for his hands. couple of skills. Okay, that will work. Okay. Are we all holding out? Okay. I realized that I suddenly fell into a deep silence. Probably wasn't actually quite so sudden. Sorry about that, guys. And I realize now that while it is fun to draw this guy again, I'm not exactly doing anything that's particularly useful to my face. I can't really... This isn't exactly the sort of piece that one puts on a cover page of anything. Which is actually what I need more of. Is portfolio level work. I guess me and fault for deciding to change exactly what I'm busy doing. Halfway through a stream, when if I want to do a full illustration, I need to do it in one go. It sort of works, but I don't actually know if I want to finish this. Again, I don't think this is the right thing. I don't think I'm drawing the right thing. Let me just hit the save as button. And just start something else because I don't think I'm doing the right thing right now. This instantly reminded me of the death scene where I was dying lights feed after being out in the pouring rain, if that rings a bell. I cannot say I have read Death Note, so I'm not familiar with the scene in question. But this guy's supposed to be tying a splint around someone's leg. But I think I want to start something else rather. I'm not happy with that one. I don't think it's the right thing for right now. Let me start something else rather. Good call. I'm not feeling... I wasn't feeling that particular illustration right at that moment. Wasn't... It's good visual development for what his character does in canon, but I don't think it's necessarily... I don't necessarily think it's the right thing to introduce him. Very messy, but it's fine. I'm going to use this. Just check. This is going to be a bunch of leaves, I think. Yeah. Some dry hanging heads. elevator introduction. This on a third line here. Will give me more room for his elbow and such because I'm not happy with that angle on his arm. And I'm going to change the angle that he's looking from. Changing that entire thing. Fine. It would be somewhat interesting to have a tall character seen from above. A raft is sort of a shot, maybe. Also force very much pushed perspective. Okay. Yeah. That pushed perspective makes it interesting. Is it a movement? It's a Karen. I just got he's got a very broad sort of hip bone because he has not got a standard human pelvis. He's not got a standard human pelvis. So basically his pelvic bone is shaped a little bit more like a lizard, so his torso is pretty wide, and then his hips kind of sit on the sides of it instead of being the sort of broad-based tail where it kind of needs to somehow make sense for it to appear out of wherever. For a broad-based tail, it kind of just made more sense to put the hips on the outside of the structures and to try and fit a broad muscular structure on a human pelvic bone, which is definitely not built for those sorts of muscle connections. Not entirely happy with the posture there, though. I'm also going to change the pose on the tail itself because it's also not exactly serving. Perspective is awesome. Yeah, perspective is always fun when you get to push it around a little bit. It's a little bit daunting the first couple of times one tries it out, but when you get the gist of how it works, it's a lot of fun to play around with. And that is another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. I actually think I'm going to have his tail swing ahead, so I can actually hide one of these hoops. I think that'll do. I'm just making sure that I've got the correct distribution of volume over here. I think it's not a little bit too much. Just making sure I've got my structures put together properly. I'm actually trying to photograph actual reference pictures. It's harder than I thought. Yeah, good references are really, really hard to take snaps of. You need help. You have to have you actually have to have a dedicated photographer to get your poses. Either that or a dedicated model. Because trying to necessarily grab them off of yourself in a mirror is really, really tricky. Been there, done that. It's tough. Like, seriously, it's tough. I know there are people who do take reference photos as that's their thing that they do. But searching through the libraries can sometimes be quite daunting. If it's like pose references and so on and so forth. But yeah. If one can find good references, they are worth so much. If you can take references, then it is champion. I will push through it somehow. Never underestimate the creative genius that is hype when it comes to self photos. You know what? I will take that. I've seen some of the photos you've taken for your stuff when we were working on your background. So you know what? I will believe you. I will believe you. For me, I have personally had less joy when it comes to photography. So, in my personal case, I found that 9 times out of 10, the best way to go about figuring out something is less by visuals and more by touch. So I will kind of, okay, how does the shoulder work again, and kind of shove my thumbs into my own shoulder and try and figure out, okay, where do these curves go, kind of by touch, and just kind of guesstimate from there. And then combine that with what I see in my anatomy books. It's not always ideal, but it gets me 80% of the way for most poses. Just need them to convey my proportions a little and my silly round face. Have you got a background in photography? I do not. I do not. I have a family member who has been in, and I need to be very careful about how I say this, the side of media that contains a lot of video for a very, very long time. So I have some awareness of how things work in that sort of thing. So from the point of basic cinematography and broadcast sorts of perspectives, if I can put it that vaguely. So it's not all foreign concepts, and also there's a lot of overlap between photography, composition, and illustration, naturally. So there's some overlap in terms of understanding how things go together, but in terms of actually, do I take pictures? Photography? No, I do not. I would make an absolutely terrible tourist because I would be so in the moment that I'd never take a single photo to actually remember where I've been. Which means that 3 months after the effect, I can't remember anything about where I've been or where what place was or what memory is associated with what location. I'd be terrible with that. I'm still not happy here. I've got this on. You go away, you go away. That makes more sense. Nope. Undo. Interesting field, if I understand correctly. Yeah. He's been around it for a very, very long time. And it's been quite instrumental in some of the learning that I've done to get to where I am now, is conversations with this person, so. Shared experiences. Even if some of those experiences only happen by proxy. One learns a lot. I imagine so. It's funny how the experiences from others can shape our own influence. Shape our own influence our very being. This is absolutely true. Like, simply by nature of association, I suppose you could call it that. I've been exposed to a really chaotic mix of industries and institutions of various sizes, and some places that otherwise I would not dream of ever being involved in. And it's both a privilege and quite humbling. And at the same time, completely insane. Because it's like... How does all of that chaos happen to such a small group of people? How many lifetimes can you squeeze into a mere 10 years? Because, wow, it gets kind of insane. Undo. Let me just check something. Just closing something out, I just want to check what my collarbone does here. Jack it off! Ugh. Jack it off so I can actually check without interference. Okay, so it actually is gonna come up. Okay, make sense. Now, just getting my timing right here. Story time starts at the beginning of spring. So let's say this takes place. Yeah, this can be early summer sort of attire, because at that point in time it makes sense for that to happen, and I'm gonna actually adjust wardrobe accordingly. And yes, the season is important according to the plot, because why? I've got a character who is very, very, very much temperature sensitive involved, and he gets sick. Which is a major plot point. And weather and environment play a role in a great many things, and that's all I can say without being spoilery. I need to spend more time writing it actually, but anyway. Something like that. Okay. Switch to Twitch to listen to your playlist, but still type at YouTube. I don't know why I'm such a fanboy of YouTube. And you know what? It's okay. It's okay. YouTube is actually pretty nice for the typing side of things, I find. So I don't blame you. I don't have emotes here yet, but one day, I'm guaranteed to hit the necessary number of watch hours before I hit the number of subscribers that I'm going to need to be able to unlock emotes on YouTube. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything in due time. And this is gonna go down. Down relative to the limb's natural resting direction. I should probably clarify here. That needs to be a little bit different. Mm-hmm. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. Is this your personal music playlist or something random? I put together a streaming playlist which consists of a chunk of my chaos playlist minus anything out of the West. So it's mostly a mix of my game soundtracks and anime soundtracks and so on. A lot of combat themes and so on, which are good for uppity sorts of vibes. Things to keep you feeling charged and motivated, sort of. And then a couple of Japanese and Korean pieces as well. I think I've got one Chinese. A couple of Chinese pieces in there as well. Very, very few though. Just to give a little bit of variety and texture to everything. But yeah, basically I am terrified of getting a live DMCA from anything from a Western publisher. Because they are much more stingy than Japan when it comes to live, even though it's not going to be recorded on the VOD. So yeah, I'm terrified of being struck while live. So while I would also usually have interjections of the likes of the Beatles, the Eagles, Dire Straits, etc., etc. Well, I can't right now. So that's why instead of having a playlist of nearly 10,000 songs, I'm on a playlist of less than 500 at the moment. I need to actually go into the Chaos playlist and see if I can filter more in here. But that's a job for another day. I've been listening to some Baisha Jaws recently. Saw one song at least on that playlist as well. Pretty nice. Okay. Huh. If you find anything that you think is cool, you can always put it in the music share. I think there is a music share. There is, right? So sure. Oh yeah, it's in creative. There's a music share place. So you can, if you find something that you like, you can always drop it in the music share channel on my server. And yeah, we can always do some expansions over time. This particular song is only on the playlist because occasionally you need something cute. And it is absolutely adorable sounding. And I found a translation of the lyrics and it's also kind of cute, so... I'll drop 1 or 2 songs there. Not too many, so others will have a chance to drop some as well. Yeah, people are not in a hurry. We are a bunch of introverts on my server, so the likelihood of spamming is incredibly, incredibly low. Now, my idea with this, if I get it done the way I am hoping that I'm gonna get it right, is to experiment a little bit with a little bit of paint over the top of this when the time comes. So I don't know if I'm gonna have time over the weekend at this point. I do not know what the social calendar is yet, because I thought something was on Saturday, but I've been told that it's not the Saturday that I was thinking of. I have no idea what's actually happening, really. But if I get a chance to work on this a little bit more over the weekend, I will. What I actually want to do if I get a chance is to work on putting together some time lapses for shorts so that I can start scheduling those, because I've got a collection that I have not actually had the opportunity to do anything with yet, and I think I found an audio solution, and I need to experiment with that a little bit, see if I can learn to use the tool that I got, which will make my life infinitely simpler in terms of idea capture. And then if I get that right, I will be able to actually drop shorts of my art time lapses a little bit more easily and readily available than what I've currently been doing battle with. Upright, there we go. Oh no, did I clear? I cleared. Why? What did I clear? Oh no. When did I do that? Oh no. I cleared everything that I inked on the face. I'm such a fool. Oh man. Oh well. Fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, now I need to decide exactly which set of attire I'm going to do. You know what, I'm going to just give him the best. Now, how is that going to... Is this going to be a narrow shoulder or a broad shoulder based? I can't decide. Let's do a broad shoulder based. Which means there's going to be a bit of crinkling. Like that. I'm not happy with that ankle. moves. There we go. It doesn't need to be perfect line art because I'm probably going to be doing stuff over the top of it anyway. It just needs to be mostly right. Okay. Okay. Almost. Now, what did you say? Using this again? Okay. Direction. Tension in the fabric. Your streams really have become a comfort spot for me as late. Aw, I love to work alongside you or just chill in chat. Thanks for that and keep up the great work. Aw, Hype, you have no idea how much that means. I am so glad that it feels like a comfy safe space for you. I am so happy for that. You have no idea. To know that we can be here and be productive and just chill in each other's company and you don't feel, I don't know, pressured in a way to interact, but you still choose to, that means so much. So thank you for that. And if I can help inspire you to do your own creative things a little bit as well, then I think that's a double win. Additional layer of victory. Absolutely, it's always a pleasure to be a part of your stream. Oh, I am glad, I am glad, I am so glad. Alright. Say, are the open office collabs still a thing? I don't know if they've been utilized, but I always thought they were a wonderful idea. They have not actually been utilized at all. Mostly because I keep forgetting to open up my Discord. Largely because I mostly forget to open up my Discord, and part of me is slightly nervous. My social anxiety part of me is still being a bit anxious about actually opening Discord. At the end of the day, that's what it all boils down to. But I still like the idea, I just haven't actually had the confidence again in a hurry to give it a try again. Like, I don't know, I think part of me is scared that if I do open up the Discord call, and I don't mention it necessarily, no one's gonna drop in, because we all know what it's like having Discord servers and such, and everyone's got their own space, and it's very, very, very obvious when you've got a small space like I do, and then no one tunes in, and if you mentioned it, it's very it kind of hits you when no one actually drops by. But that was a hydrate, so we should probably take action on that. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. And take a sip. Oh, I have heard a slither of shyness. Yes, you have indeed heard a sliver of shyness. Don't worry, I totally get it. I was in there for a few times and I enjoyed my time alone. Okay. Yeah, it's, yeah, I am... Let's put it this way. I am... Reminder, in 12 years of streaming, I've collaborated exactly 4 times, I think. All of which was in the last 3 years. I am very nervous still when it comes to actually free-form conversation on stream. Okay. Wait, there we go. We'll start somewhere or not, whatever you feel comfortable with. No pressure at all to force it. If you feel the mood, it's awesome. If not, then that's completely okay too. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Part of me feels like I've still got a ways to go on a couple of fronts before I feel like I have enough of a grip on how to do things, I think I should say. Yeah. Before I feel okay, I can now more actively pursue collaborations and so on. But also another part of me doesn't want to be the person pushing the bus up the hill. To say, okay, let's find collabs. Because the last thing I want is to be that person who I don't DM a person, basically. Or the first time I contact you, it's like, hey, can we collab together? Blah, 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 blah. All of that madness. Or cue everyone's nightmare scenarios of a random asking to collab with them because I don't actually have private conversations with people. Like, I can think off of the top of my head of 3 people who I have active off-stream conversations with, and by active I mean the occasional throwing of cookies and just making sure, hey, are you alive? Yeah? Cool? Hope today goes well. Ciao. That's the extent of what my DMs look like. For like 3 people. So, I'm still working on building what I feel is a compatible collaborative network, because it's all well and good I can have like 3 people I DM with, but one of them isn't a streamer, and 2 of them, our content types are not exactly compatible for collabs. So it's like, yeah, not 100% compatible. It's like, yeah, I don't game, and some of the games that people do play, I really do not want to get involved in those types of games. So it's like, okay, where's the common ground here? And like the open office is a okay sort of idea for negating that, because it's sort of everyone doing their own thing and being able to yap together if they want to, but like it's compatibilities. I feel I really do. Is that an active goal of yours, to reach out to more people in the space and perhaps form some more relationships? If it's too personal, it's absolutely fine. No, it is a goal. It's something that I know I have to work on, because sure. Those 3 people are like the extent of my social circle on the interwebs, basically. It's kind of insane. Literally, that's it. So I have a lot of good client relationships, I suppose you could say. I'm just someone who feels like it takes a long time to feel like I qualify to call myself someone's friend. Unless they call me that first, I'm never going to assume. I'm always just going to assume I'm just an acquaintance first. And I'm not ever going to be the person to say it first. Because I never know where I stand with people. I've just been burnt too many times. And before I could pick up VTubing full-time, basically, or pick up streaming full-time, my work environment was one where it was kind of hostile. Meeting new people was difficult, and the sort of people I did meet, all of them were kind of jealous of the job that I had, or at least a fair portion of them were. And they were the sort of people that would smile at you one day and then paint you black the next. It was very, very, very hostile, and not the sort of situation where I felt comfortable to reach out to make any of those very few people that I actually interacted with on a regular basis, because the clients that I did speak to most frequently were usually the troublemakers. Unfortunately, people only ever phoned me when there was a problem. I did not like that at all. And it was a scenario where I also did not actually have the opportunity to really leave the house outside of work either. So my social experience over the last couple of years has been very, very, very limited. And yeah, I am still trying to figure things out again after that. Basically, if I don't have a mandate to speak with someone, I won't. Random conversation one-on-one is very, very difficult for me to initiate. Which makes the fact that I'm a streamer very, very hilarious, because it's all about starting random conversations, but it's in a space that is people are actually actively hunting to interact with you. So people coming into your space kind of already want to hear what you say, which automatically gives you that mandate to say stuff and have conversations. But also, people are there to be entertained, so it's not necessarily quote-unquote the friendship growing space. Necessarily. It's also a very, very strange environment. No shame in that. Over the past 1.5 years, I've gotten into this community. I've met all sorts of people, which I'm really thankful for, especially the creators are having so many vastly different goals and things they want to achieve. I think all of it is valid. Making a living, getting popular, finding new hobbies and social circles, and as for me, making some new friends. Yeah. It's definitely a wild and varied space, and it's really great. And also, I think it's like any place, really. It's just another opportunity to meet people, really. And then what you do with that and how you interact with people thereafter, that's on you. Okay. Take 2 on our face. It's a tough line to cross and to balance, especially as you've mentioned, when you have these thoughts in the back of your mind that keep you from just reaching out. Yeah. Like, you know, in an ideal world, it shouldn't be an issue. But one does, this being the entertainment industry and this being what could be considered a very competitive space, because you're competing for people's time at the end of the day. That's what we're doing, is competing for people's time and their emotional investment, actually, is you gotta be wary of being viewed as a clout chaser, because we are in the business of kind of capturing people's attention, and we gotta make sure that we're doing it in a way that is non-toxic if we want to have any sort of longevity. And I am not a believer in the idea that all exposure is good exposure, because it's not. And I would rather grind the long way and, for a change, be the person who gets invited somewhere than, like I say, pushing the bus up the hill and needing to be the organizer every time. I think that's what I'm sick of, is having to be the person who has to ask. one day, I want to be the person who gets invited. This is such an interesting and fascinating topic to me. Yeah, it is. It is. It's deeply, deeply, deeply steeped in psychology, and trying to riddle one's way through the madness that is the social web. Pointing out that all the small cogs that turn this wheel is so hard, but in my personal opinion, one of the most important factors surrounding all of that is genuinity. Genuinity, yes. With viewers, with collaborators, and with yourself. Exactly. Like, putting up a front never lasts long. Eventually, the lie is going to expose itself, and it's going to break itself, and it's going to break you. So it's rather better to figure yourself out first. Figure yourself out completely. Know who you are, know what you stand for. Know what you like and what you don't like. And then put yourself out there. Because trying to do self-discovery through other people is going to only end in tragedy. Or at least a lot of hurt before you actually eventually figure things out. And while you can take inspiration and learn from other people, trying to mimic them too much is not going to do one any favors. Like, I read a couple of audition forms for corporations earlier on, because I did investigate that at some point, and I'm still in two minds if I'm going to try and audition again in future. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, I don't know. But what I did notice is that a lot of the forms, or more than one of the forms, included a question about which content creators you enjoy, what do you like about them, etc., or something along those lines. And I think that a trap that a lot of people fall into is that they have these icons that they really enjoy the work of, and then they try to become a clone, and then they lose themselves in the process. I think of the streamers who I enjoy when I get the chance to actually watch a stream, which is not as often as I would like, because a lot of the people who I'm following, we're either streaming at the same time, or they're live when I'm asleep, or when I am otherwise occupied. The life of a content creator is scheduling conflicts after scheduling conflicts after scheduling conflicts. And it's actually interesting for me that if I look at those people, nothing in me wants to go, okay, like, how close to this how much of this person's energy can I absorb into myself? Like, you can enjoy their space, but how much of them do you actually want to absorb? I heard something interesting that said that you are the average of your 5 closest people. And it's kind of cool, but also kind of scary. So picking the people that you surround yourself with is also very, very important to yourself. I think once you have the genuinity down, it becomes easier to find new connections, reach out, and perhaps form new friendships or professional relations. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The line between inspired and copying is rather thin, you say. It can be. It depends if you're going verbatim, or how much of your own flavor you're adding to it, right? So, one of the content creators, I think if I had to pick the content creator who I am probably, that I know of, most similar to, I would probably say Wilhelm van der Bos. But at the same time, we are so vastly different. We both do artsy stuff. We both quietly chaotic in our own ways. But he has a very... We have, I would say, slightly similar vibes, but at the same time also very different vibes. And I don't know how to express that. Like, if I could think of... I don't know how to put my finger on it. we both like having a sort of educational approach to how we do things. But our style of how we go about it is a bit different as well. Like, when it comes to inspirations on how to do things, though, like, I would say, looking at the technicalities of, okay, how did a person achieve this, that, or the next effect or system, or what sort of layout they're using, what sort of technical things go into their stream, what to make it fun and interactive. You can try some of those technical things if you see someone who is really good, use a thing, and you think, oh, that would work for me, let's try it, and it does work for you. You might change the content a little bit, push and pull. Like, what a common theme that goes around is the Batsu wheel that triggers for whatever reason. It depends on the content that you do. And then the wheel spins, and then there's this little punishment game. That is a common thing, and that's a hydrate, so let's do that quick. But what goes in the Batsu wheel is gonna be different from streamer to streamer. So yes, there's gonna be overlaps, but it's gonna be different from streamer to streamer. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one, but I have not seen another streamer who has a hydrate timer with a little water bottle that appears on their shoulder every half an hour. Like, yes, the watering of your streamer is a known trope, but like I don't know anyone else who's actually got a timer for it. It's probably not unique, but I don't know anyone else who does it. It becomes harder and harder, especially in the VTuber scene, to differentiate yourself. Standing out becomes much more important the more you grow. Yes, that's probably why I love smaller indies so much. They just do. They get inspired, but they're so genuine. They're just having fun, it's genuine, and I love it, but that's just me. The hydrate timer is peak content. The hydrate timer is life. Literally, it is life-preserving. Everyone hydrate. I still, it's on my list. It is on my list. I still want to make an actual animation for the hydrate timer that will literally take up the entire screen and say drink or something along those lines. I've still got to plan exactly what it's gonna look like. But for now, the little Life 2D water bottle, the little VTube Studio water bottle, does the trick, you know? Eek! Just stretching quickly. But it's something that I'm not actually depending on the audience to do it, which is also kind of helpful. I wish I had a slightly louder brain sometimes in conversational sense, so that the app sessions like this are not all clumped together at the end of a stream. But sometimes, you know, in the early parts, one is just kind of focusing on what you're doing. And sometimes when one does actually need a Ironheart, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Greetings, greetings, welcome in. It is a pleasure to have you here. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yes. What was I saying? This felt less than a stream conversation and more like just a proper talk. Yeah. I stream conversation, proper talk. The difference is how many people are asking questions, I guess. Like a good conversation is interesting. A yap is an interesting beast because it can either be really, really deeply involved, or it can be popcorn, superficial and really quick and changing topics this left, right, and center, and you never know which way it's going to go next. Also, tons of fun, but like, can't keep a train of thought going for more than 5 seconds. Both are great, both are a lot of fun. But yeah, sometimes I wish I had a slightly larger brain for coming up with just the more superficial yaps, rather than just narrating everything that I'm thinking. If I remember to actually open my mouth. Now, right after a new follower has arrived, I'm talking down on myself, and that's bad. So, Harrier, stop talking down about yourself. That's downward spiral, and we do not want to spiral downward here. So, positivity, positivity, positivity. Ha! Yes. We're doing well. We're doing well. I've gotten further here than I thought I would this day, considering that I started this only an hour and a half ago. From a blank canvas, and had to redo the base because I, for some obscure reason, somehow managed to erase it. Only positivity. The pessimism leaves my body. Yes, there shall only be hype. No pessimism, only hype. Okay, so now let me think. I thought of putting these as herbs, but let's see, what sort of herbs shall we do? Or should I make this or should I put this outside? Should I put this outside and have this be sort of a flowering branch, maybe? I will get to that. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it in a bit. First, let me do this. I want to do a rough color wash idea here. Cardigan here is this sort of pale green color in general. So let me just give ourselves a little bit of a color block out to work with. Give ourselves a rough idea of what exactly is going on in which places. This is gonna look really messy, and that's fine, because I'm planning. Scales. go. Hooves and horns. Antlers. Skin tone. Well, I'm signing off for the day and grab some sleep. It was a lovely time with you and the drawing looks awesome. Thanks for the stream and take care. Okay, Hype, thank you so much for dropping by. Thanks for the chat. It was a lot of fun. I hope you rest really, really well. And I shall see you next time. It'll probably be on Monday at the soonest or elsewhere in the week depending on when you get a gap if you stop by. I really appreciate it. Rest well, rest well, rest well. I'm kind of just blocking in colours a little bit at the moment. It's very much not neat. And I really shouldn't actually be blocking in my flats like this, but it's fine. Grab outside. Yeah, that's something. Okay, that worked actually. Rather well. Surprisingly well. Okay, I'll take it. And I believe this was... roughly. Roughly, okay. Let's go with that. This is just me giving myself a rough idea of what I'm actually going to be doing with this piece going forward still, so... Because I'm still planning it out as I go. I have actually got in the harvest. And it. Let's do that. Okay. Now let's put that on 90. And on overlay. Now what I want to do is I want to start with a value wash. I want to go from there to there. Something like that. Nope, I want to have a new layer. I want it to be a color layer. I want it to be 100%, and I want to fill. Okay. Okay. Let's go normal. A couple of these sorts. Branches, maybe. And a couple more at the top here. Darker. Okay. Now, we're gonna go into a new one of these. And let's grab a mid-tone and fill. Actually, a little bit lighter. No, a little bit darker. Okay, let's grab this and let's do light on there because that will be interesting. And it makes sense because the light part of the canvas is over there. Something like that. Sort of works. Something like that sort of works. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And now if we go overlay. And 90. Normal. Overlay. Anyway. Okay. We're starting to sort of get an idea. I'm not happy yet with my contrasts. Let's just go to duplicate, multiply, reduce that a little bit. I might want to change the color of his vest. Let's see. Let's start with definitely not. It needs to stay in the blue hues. Okay. That works, that works. Okay, so a little bit of dappled light on the ground. Yeah. Okay, we're getting there. We're starting to get something that looks like the foundations of an actual illustration. Now, let's get some more texture on this ground. Let's see, how are we going to do this? I want to... Normal. Yeah. Multiply. Okay, so that's gonna be like a little stone path. Alright. Let's have low bushes on the side here. Put this in a little garden type thing. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And take a sip. There we go. This works. We're starting to get what looks like an actual illustration now. Let's put a tree trunk over here. There we go. This is starting to look like something. This is starting to look like something. Okay. I'm just going to put the stockings. Put those three together in a folder quickly. Pull this one out again. Now let's put an overlay on here. Let's start with grabbing a slight illusion. There we go, that looks good. Over there. Let's grab something a little bit more like so. Our tree trunk, let's do something like that. Make it normal. Like that. Okay, overlay. And let's throw a little bit of color variation on top of this. More saturated. More yellow. Okay, take that entire lot, filter, blur, Gaussian, file that up, all the way. Let it process, and then I'm going to take a brush and chop it up. Specifically, I think I would take let's see if I do this. Will it work? Let's try that one. That works. That works. Down. Okay, now let's add let's start with that. I think that's a good foundation color. Anything. Like that. So right, cardigan. Normal. Let's go. Have you. Okay, let's grab something a little bit bluer, a little bit darker. There we go, something like that. Just wrap in a little bit more. Something like this ought to do the trick. Yeah? And overlay. Okay, now let's add a little bit of moss into the cracks. And normal. I want to grab that and overlay. Okay, we're starting to get a background. We're starting to. Now what I want to do is I want to come in here. And I want to just knock in a little bit more boundary. Now here, let us paint this in a little bit more, I think. Background is looking good without that much details. Yeah, I'm just kind of faking detail. I think that is the goal here, is to fake detail. Grab that color, yeah? A little bit lighter. And grab that. Darker over there, like that, yeah? There we go. Have I got something? I'm not 100% satisfied with my collection of brushes in regards to having good textures, I would say. But I'm working on it. Like, I could get some brushes with a little bit more noise, but I need to figure them out a little bit more still. That, I think, is it? No, that's not it. Smaller. There's a German artist who I really like, who I've been wanting to try and learn a little bit about background textures and just getting a bit more earthiness and such when I actually drawing terrain. And I'm trying to emulate that a little bit. And it's starting to look like something. As if I can get a little bit more of this sort of texture in my stuff, I'll feel just a little bit more comfy with what I'm doing. Now we can pull a little bit of this back. Get more of a balance on that. Now that's starting to look like rock. Yay! And also let us throw on overlay a little bit of color variation. Let's go with something a little redder. Over there. I used to do something on my old phone screens shot setting, but not as detailed as your background since I was only grade 8 and grade 11 and I didn't have much knowledge on digital art. You know what? That is awesome. That is awesome. To do this sort of thing on your phone is impressive. Like, legit impressive, because working on your phone is not easy in digital. I'm just gonna put a little bit more yellow over the top over here because I want this to be in a more sunny spot. Okay. That looks good. That looks better. We've still got contrasts going. Okay. I'm gonna take these branches out of this layer, because they're not actually doing anything useful there. Okay, that works. That works. For that. Okay, merge that down because I'm happy. Now we can do a layer over the top. Where if we want to put in something that looks a little bit more intentional, in a couple of places. You can sort of just paint that over. Okay, show that again. Okay. Let's grab that. Okay. Okay. This is effective. I think. Okay. Because it's around the face, I wanted to have a little bit more texture there, because that's like the primary focal point of the entire picture is right there. So I wanted to have more texture around that, because that's where we want people to actually look. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. And that is the end of my coffee. And oh my word, it is 1 AM UTC. Welcome to Friday. I lost track of time there. Whoopsie. I am going to be in so much trouble if I do not end soon. Otherwise, I will not survive tomorrow. Today. Tomorrow. Today. Depending on when you are, it's today. Yes, I said depending on when you are. Whoopsie. Okay. But I'm happy with the background. It's effective. It's doing what I wanted it to. What I want to do though is I want to just grab this one. And just fill that so that it is actually marginally usable. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this one because I don't like the shape. And I'm going to start by drawing the vine. Branch thing. Like so. Okay, that's that. Okay. And on this side, we do the same. Clear that. Undo, undo, undo. Not happy with the shape of that branch. Okay. Here we go. It's better. Now what I want to do is over here, I just want to add a ribbon. Yeah. A brush. Just add a bit more. Yeah. There we go, that frames nicely. What I am going to do though is I'm going to take this particular branch and I'm just going to move it out a little bit. There we go. Okay, foliage is coming together. There we go. Okay, that works. I'm happy to leave that as is. I'm going to grab this one and just nudge it this way a bit. There we go. Uh-huh. There we go. Like that again. Undo, undo, step. Oh, rather, lock capacity there. There we go. That works. That works, that works, that works. And, I think I'm gonna leave that there for now. Because otherwise I'm going to hate myself in the morning. Yeah. That went pretty well. That went pretty well, I think. I can see where this is going and I'm not disappointed. Hi Harriet, this is really nice. Thank you, let's talk about it. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Oh, hello. I did not realize that I have drawn a divot into the callus on my art finger. There is a divot in my callus now from my stylus. I didn't realize I was doing that much. Whoopsie. That explains why I've got a callus on that finger. Wow. It's all squishy. But I'm happy. I'm happy with the outcomes. I mean, it's looking good. I'm feeling comfy. I'm with this background, which is a nice change of pace for an actual illustration. Starting with blocking out my values was definitely the right call on this. Outdoor backgrounds are so nice to work on. Outdoor backgrounds are so nice to work on. You can be really free with them. It's comfy. I like doing outdoor backgrounds. And it's interesting to do one where there isn't actually a sky anywhere. It's also a change of pace. I haven't done one that hasn't got a sky in a while either. Sort of a top-down view is definitely behaving in interesting ways. So yeah, happiness is. But I'm definitely gonna have to call it here because it is now 1:30 UTC in the morning. And I need to switch back to daytime sleep cycle, which means I am down to like 4 hours of sleep before I'm supposed to wake up now. Irk. Sleep is good, I recommend. I think sleep is in order. But progress was made on this, and I'm really happy considering that it is 3 hours into the process. 2 hours 54 minutes. We're 3 hours into the process. We're already a significant way through the process, which is not that bad. So, all things considered, I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy babe. And you guys are seeing one of my original characters now, which is also nice. So, hey, this one's going to be a nice one to do, to see the time lapses of, I think, when it eventually comes into the shorts. I'm going to need to add this to my list of shorts that I can post later. But yeah, the plan for the weekend is to put together a couple of pieces that I can start scheduling to upload on my shorts so that we can have time lapses there as well. Some nice evergreen content in short form, which is lovely. Little bits of marketing, which I have been sorely lacking because I didn't know what to do with sound, and I finally figured out what we're going to do with sound, so now I'm a happy camper. And yeah. Can you guys tell that I really like green? I just realized when I was looking at my OBS preview that I am green, my background is green, my character is green. I really like green. Oh dear. But yes, I am happy. We're going to have things soon, and I am looking forward to that. It's been sorely necessary, and I plan actually on maybe on Thursdays having this sort of a free-form recalibration, just a wind down for the weekend sort of a stream where we do my own thing, not necessarily a commission or work on something that is going to be a product or whatever. I know I did kind of do that earlier with your character here animation base that I put together. So I'm going to be doing that customization, I think, tomorrow, so that I can package that and post it and let it be available to have our little dancing semaphore chibis. And then we can take it from there. We'll see what happens. If I get an opportunity to do any Gorilla streams over the weekend, I will post about it about an hour before I go live. I need to find out what is the movements of the rest of the people in my household. But if I can do some Gorilla streaming this weekend, I want to. Because I feel like I am missing a little bit of time there. For an introvert, I've had a very busy social calendar IRL because it's just been family get-togethers and chaos on the IRL side of things. Lots of family things going on, actually. And community events that were necessary to attend. I can't even remember what half of them were, but it's been a wild last couple of weekends. I cannot keep my head on my shoulder like, what? Where did the last 4 Saturdays go? I can't even say, but there was something on pretty much every weekend. It was like, how does a bunch of introverts get such a packed social schedule for attending things and stuff? So I don't get it. Anyway, it has been really fun working with you guys tonight. It's been productive. I am happy. This experiment is going well. The idea is that this is going to be a full render, obviously. I am experimenting a lot when it comes to my full renders because if I can't find something that feels right and natural to do regularly while still giving me room to mess around, I'm not feeling comfy yet. But I think with the last couple of illustrations, so we've had a couple of opportunities to mess around. But I do think that I do better with an inked style, or at least a pseudo-inked style, than a completely lineless style. I feel it feels like more me. Having that sort of almost webtoonish vibe, I think, is my vibe at the end of the day. And how I am going to render that into play, I will still figure it out, but we'll get there. We'll get there, one step at a time. With all of that said, I am going to love and leave you. Thank you all so much for being here. If you have been lurking, I really appreciate you. If you are in the VOD squad, thank you for sticking around for 6.5 hours of your life. Or 3 hours 15 if you've been watching at times 2 speed. But yes, thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Have fun, rest well when you get to it, and until next time, cheery bye.